All right. Starting a little early today. Because I am tired. We cleared this thing out. Which, again, came down to just popping the bubbles out. It's pretty legit. Super happy about that. And to finish these units, I actually got in the neon powder. Got that good powder. What's up, Slow? All right, I'm hoping this isn't gonna go all over the place. Okay, good. Bunch of neon powders. We're gonna see how these work. Because I think the last box of mica powder I ordered, and then the semi-crystalline metallic cobalt stuff, just, it wasn't good enough, man. I think I need a new paint paper here. We'll re-moisten the sponge. I'm gonna need to put a different sponge in here soon. Ooh, new army, making those good financial choices. What you thinking of? What are you thinking of playing? I'm thinking of picking up the CSM Codex. Posted it in the leak section. Yeah. Was this the leak I've already seen? Oh, did somebody actually post every page? Goddamn. All right, Fabius Bile. What do you have under your stuff? Epic Hero. Chaos Undivided still. Yep, Fabius is in here, so he's definitely not coming into the Emperor's Children book. What do your Chaos Spawn get? Dark Pact, and that's basically it. Oh, whoa, actually, this is weird. Chaos Spawn, the Chaos Space Marine Chaos Spawn don't heal. They just subtract objective control. I mean, that's alright, actually. That's not bad. Anything outstanding? What does the Hellbrute get? Does he still get, like, the multi-packed thing? Well, friendly at start is within 6. Unit makes a dark pack. At the end of the phase, weapons equipped by the model. The unit gain both. Ooh, it's an aura? I think that was what it was before. With a melee weapon, yeah. I think he's pretty much what he was. The new Firebrand leader, it's nice. Felgor Beastman, that's good. They've still got their own little system here. Chosen Chaos Bikers. Because the idea that I had was maybe I pick this codex up and then I run Thousand Suns as Chaos Space Marines. I don't know how I do it though. Mauler Fiends, Forge Fiends, Chaos Lion Raider, yep. All standard. Because then I could pick up, who is it? I could pick up the, there's the Sorcerer Lord. I could pick up Vashdor. No, yeah, I feel like a lot of the kill teams are going to have their rules, like, simplified a little bit. Most likely. I could pick up Vashdor. And then I could be like, all right, my Thousand Suns are regular Chaos Space Marines. My Sorcerers are Chaos Sorcerers. My Terminators are regular Terminators. Like, I could lean into that. And then drop a team. Oh, they only show the Chaos Cult. I guess, did all of the detachments get revealed? These are all the units. They have the Chaos Cult detachment. And then I guess that's it. Because we've seen a bunch of the detachments so far. Chaos Cult detachment seems alright. Yeah, I was debating grabbing the book just to see if I could make a Thousand Suns army as a Chaos Space Marine army. Astra Militarum is rough. It's a lot to collect. Usually people go Imp Knights if they already have like Space Marines or something, because then you have allies at that point. You can just work on that. Let's start this off with maybe a dark gray. I think we're gonna use Rust Gray at some point here. I feel like we'll eventually end at Brigade Gray from Fnatic. But I do think we need maybe to go with the really dark gray that I usually use first. If I can find it. There it is, Necromancer's Cloak. What up? We are tearing into it. I'm not going to need this. Cults of the Dark Gods. If your army is Heretic Astartes, you can include any of the following: faction keyword, Heretic Astartes, Rubric Marines. You can only go up to 500 points. It's like any other ally situation. Lethal hits, sustained hits. I can pick, or if I have a Hellbrute, I get both, which is actually kind of cool. So I would basically take a bunch of Rubric Marines, like probably 500 points of Rubric Marines, maybe, or I would just declare them regular Chaos Space Marines. That way I can put leaders in them, because if I take Rubrics, I can't have leaders, is the whole thing. War Master's Gift. The Bear's unit is eligible to shoot and declare a charge in a turn in which it fell back. That's pretty nuts. That's actually really good. That's like one of the best abilities I've seen in the Chaos Army. That was the thing that made the Chosen so good, right? They were able to do that, which means technically you always get fights first. The Deceptors. Was this the one I was thinking of? Model only. Declare battle formation. Step. Cultist mob units. No, this wasn't them. This was a cool one, but this wasn't them. Renegade Raiders. I love that they have the bikes image for Renegade Raiders, and everyone hates Chaos Space Marine bikes. They want new ones. Improved armor pen characteristic of that attack by 1. Yeah, so Renegade Raiders, ranged weapons equipped by Heretic Astartes models for your army, have the assault ability. So I think Renegade Raiders is, in the current meta, is going to be the big one you go for. Because with everything being assault, that means you can advance and do missions. And since Heretic Astartes is basically everything in your list, you could do it with tanks. You could do it with just about anything. You could take Helldrakes and advance them, and then do missions. You like my fruit roll-up palette? I think Renegade Raiders is going to be the big list. Dread Talons for every single person. I honestly, Dread Talons is Night Lords, but I still feel like Renegade Raiders is going to be the Night Lord pick. Because it's Armor Pen 1 as well, right? Target units within range of an objective marker improve armor pen characteristics of the attack by 1. So this is kind of cool if you think about it. If I go Rubric Marines, if I actually take Rubric Marines as rubrics, they still get their baseline abilities, which is that they reroll wounds when someone's on an objective. So if someone's on an objective and I have an Icon of Flame, I get to reroll all my wounds and all my attacks are AP 2 unless I roll 6s, at which point they're AP 3. These are underworlds. I did absolutely nothing to their bases. Veterans, okay, the fallback and shoot is also really good tactically, but I do think Renegade Raiders. So this purple is so flat. It's red violet, so flat. I've been really getting into so flat paints for doing miniature painting because they're very matte. They're very beautiful pigments and stuff. So it kind of all works out. Let me get this going for you guys though. Let me get the focus going, cut the servo. So the idea is, and I've done this before, the purple you're seeing is where I need to paint my stuff, right? See, I hear tons of stuff all over the place. It's my favorite game for speed. I don't know about competitive, because competitive balance really comes down to like how GW puts it forward, but in my opinion, you can get so many games of Underworlds in so little time. The trick is to not go all the way into the purple with this. We hit just most of the peaks. But I love Underworlds for what it is. I don't play Nemesis, which is the deck building version. I play Rivals, which is technically pre-construct. The pre-constructed setup. It's really good though. And I'm trying to put a video out for it. I'm trying to figure out if I want to adjust some stuff from the video. Because I bring up, a lot of people are saying Underworlds is kind of in danger of being pulled as a game. Because of a lack of interest and because of cost of what it is to like print cards and stuff. And I really hope that that's not the case, because it is actually one of my favorite game modes to just casually play. I think it's a better game mode for new players to get into, since it's all condensed into like single form, right? Like you can just do it. You can just play. And I think there's beauty in that. Like, we need that in the tabletop games. For me to, when my cousin goes, hey, I wanna play a tabletop game with you from what you have, I can't be like, all right, let me bust out the 40K, right? Like, let me set some terrain up, we'll get some dice out, pick one of my armies that you'll play, you'll have to learn all of its rules in the next 10 minutes. Like, no. We all know that that's not what it is. Well, here's the thing. Warcry just got a massive update. But like, if my cousin was like, let's play one of your games, like I had a person, I'm going to a convention next month called Too Many Games in Philadelphia. And I've been there before. I go to it for the other channel that I work for, that I edit videos for. And he was like, yo, I kind of want to like play one of these games because I want to like expand my horizons. I want to learn about more stuff than kind of the bubble I've been in for like games and all that stuff. And I went, all right, cool. And he was like, so we can get a game of 40K in. And my first thought was no. But the thing is, it doesn't feel like Warhammer with extra steps. The cards limit what you can do, which is really cool. The RNG nature prevents it from feeling like you're really being overwhelmed all the time. What color do we want the skin to be? I think we actually just want the bulk of her character to be the white color, except the skull. I think we'll go with that route. Except the roses, of course. Roses are gonna feel like actual roses. Because it's, you draw cards, I mean, you got the RNG nature of like what missions you need to pull off. Every team only gets 4 actions, so you never feel overwhelmed. Like Molag's Mob with its 4 units doesn't feel like it's overwhelmed by the 9 units of the Gits. Like, you don't feel like you're getting screwed over as much. It's a good bit to master in terms of trying to get your team that you're playing to work really well. But once you do it, like, you're in, man. I had a really good time playing Ephelims at a tournament. Because I'm pretty good now with Ephelims. Like, I know what they need to do. I know what their goals and missions are. Oh, yeah. I mean, when you look at it, yeah. But, like, there's no terrain to set up, which is fantastic. It's just boards. The biggest issue that I bring up in a video that I'm working on to put out is that the fact that you have to have all these boards and cards, well, not necessarily cards for Rivals mode, but the fact that you have to have all these boards is actually a little obnoxious because the boards do really change how the game is played. And you can't just, like, buy the boards offhand. I was hoping there'd be, like, a secondary market where you could go to Etsy and then just buy boards, but apparently that's not the case. Which is kind of sad. Etsy usually saves the day. I recently bought a bunch of Chaos Knight parts from Etsy because I wanted to finish out my War Dogs to have all missile hats, and I wanted to make my my despoiler be able to take either double battle cannons or double Gatling battle cannons. Although looking at it, if I want something to come off the table edge that's big and scary, I think I need to build my despoiler with like the thermal lance and like a chainsword and just have him come off the table edge. Or maybe a flamethrower. Double thermal lance or something, maybe. I don't know. So just, he's got to come off the table edge because I wanted the Tyrant to do it, but the Tyrant's over 500 points, which means it can't come off the table edge. Which sucks so much. I hate it when plans fall apart. But, dude, I love Underworlds. I picked up the Mirrored City. That's where we're getting these guys from. Because I wanted to expand my teams a lot. There's a guy in our local group. This is his game. Like, if he wants to play a game, this is his game. They had that tournament recently at the store, and he came with some of the most beautifully painted models I've seen in some time. Like, he went ham, made them look so good. And apparently, like, everyone there knows him for this game, and apparently he's got every team since release. Every team, every box, everything. And he's flawlessly painted all of them. He has every card. This is his game. And honestly, I understand why. Because that tournament lasted like 2.5 hours, and we got every single one of us got 3 games in about the same time it takes to run one game in 40K. Like, it was so good. I loved it. That's why we're working on painting stuff now. We've got 2 more teams that are built that I need to paint, and then we have 2 teams that aren't built that I'm going to need to put together and paint. And then my friend actually has 2 teams that I think one's put together. But I highly suggest talking to whatever local group you have to see if maybe they would want to play Underworlds, just due to how fast it is as a pickup game. I'm bringing it to the convention for my one friend who wants to try a tabletop game. I'm going to get him into this one because it's a lot easier to pick up. We'll be able to play a test game and then a real game shortly after. That's how great this game is. You get through a test round and then you go, all right, do you understand? Because we can reset now and then play like the now you understand game. It's just so fast. I really do got to get this video together for it. I love the game. I want people to understand the game and maybe start thinking about picking it up because it doesn't really require a lot. You can get into it pretty quickly. In the Rivals system, there's not as much pressure to have to keep purchasing teams. I think that's very important. There's a good chance I might tear through these pretty quickly. We got the neon basing pigment powder. Once we get their bases sort of done, we're gonna use that on it at the end, I believe. I'm thinking maybe a magenta, maybe a blue. We'll have to see. Is that a skull or is that a... It's a skull. We'll paint the skulls actually a skull color. That's fine. It's the ones who have their faces wrapped up that I want to do in a different color, I think. Sticking to the pale white clothing theme that I had as an idea. But yeah, slow. Imperial Knights, not a bad army to go for. The trick is whether or not you can look around and find people who maybe are selling some of those old box sets for cheap. Because if you can find some of the old battle boxes for Imperial Knights that people are just trying to offload because they don't fully understand that those are still useful now. You can get some good stuff for cheap, man. One of our locals was looking around for some deals, and he found a few people who were trying to offload some of those old battle boxes. And I think he said he paid like $800 total, and he has like 3,000 points of Knights right now, which is a massive steal. Like, that's practically heist level. And he even, that was his whole thing too. Like, on a whim, he was like, maybe I want to play Knights. Boom, Knights. Got them all quickly painted up. Done. Just know that they are not strong. Imperial Knights are definitely one of the better ones because you can do the, I think it's the Castellan. It's whatever has the harpoon launcher. You can do that plus the ability to have it uppy downy in a game. And, like, that's just too strong. You put it behind a wall so no one can see it. And then turn one, just drop it near some enemy vehicles and kill, like, 5 vehicles in a round. It's over. You've hit peak performance. Just take some allies with them and you are good. And that's kind of the problem with my stuff, is I'm trying to figure out how to make Chaos Knights work, which, I mean, until we get a new codex, I highly doubt I'm going to find anything that I can look at and go, that right there, this is perfect. But all I'm leaning into at this point is Brigands, Carnivores, all missile hats, because you need to keep pressure up while not showing your hand right away. And if you don't have access to allies, like I didn't in the tournament that I played, because my one teammate needed allies for his list, then you really have to basically go, all right, well, I'm gonna send this carnivore onto this point, and then I'm gonna keep the brigands nearby, because if somebody tries to kill the carnivore by like running into it for melee, I need to counteract it. There's just a whole thing. You're banking on the carnivore not immediately dying. It's brutal. It's very brutal. And it rarely feels good. Especially without allies, because that's the whole thing. The game is a scoring game. I did not have the ability to score like 90% of my missions. Also, I've been watching a lot of Vanguard Tactics recently, because I'm trying to get used to the idea of not wanting to table my opponent by turn 3. Because that's just, in the way the game is played now, that's near impossible. Which is good. I actually like that. I just need to get used to it. Because every time I play, I always have that mindset of like the many years I played 3rd and 4th and 5th edition, where the whole purpose of the game was, oh, is it turn 2 and you're still alive? I'm obviously doing something wrong. I should be trying harder to kill your stuff. I might need to change my list to have more artillery in it. Like, that was the whole system then. And it was not good. That is not a worthwhile system. Alright, we move to Rust Gray, and then we go from Rust Gray to Brigade Gray. Honestly, these are probably going to be the fastest I've ever painted like a decent looking squad. Leave some of it dark. She's so ghostly. I think I need to wash this brush. Bristles are splitting. Pink stuff. It's like dish soap and hair gel blended into one. Highly recommend at least having pink stuff, if not a brick of brush cleaner on hand at all times. I know some of the locals make fun of Citadel for its gray paints and how they're not all that great. I honestly do like rust gray though, because it's slightly tinged blue. And I always prefer, I never like anything that's like a pure like white or black, right? Because you're not really going to get that. Light's always going to interact with whatever surface exists. And I mean, painting something white or gray and then relying on the room lighting is, I guess, fine. But honestly, I'd rather just pull the tinge in the direction that I think is most valuable. Either like a blue-gray or a purple-gray or something. Basically cooler, warm grays. Kind of the way to go. And rust gray does really well, I think, because it's like slight. Oh, dude. White paint across 90% of brands, god-awful. That's why most people just stick with gray. This is really close to white. It's like super close to gray-white. This is really good. I've also had a good time with Pro Acryl, although Pro Acryl doesn't blend well, and then So Flat has a white that I kind of want to try out. Because I've really liked Golden So Flat paints. I like the ones that I've used so far. They just work. Thin them down a little with water and just go. But most white paints get that way because of like a chalk that's used. And that chalk just makes them miserable because I mean, you get it all together and you're like, all right, here we go. And then it's just chalky. And that sucks, man. Because you've added a texture to your model, and I mean, that's not really what people want to do. But I've used Army Painter white, same thing, super chalky. Pro Acryl white is one of the only whites I've used that goes on flat, but I can't seem to blend it, which is kind of annoying. Like, no matter how much I thin it down on the brush, the moment I apply it to a surface, it's just like, and I'm flat. And there's no variation. I noticed at the store I was at for the tournament, though, that the Fanatic paints they have, all the white was sold out. So I'm guessing Fanatic white goes on really nice. But yeah, we use Rust Gray here, and then we'll move up to the Brigade Gray to hit specific highlighty spots. I don't want to like coat it in Brigade Gray. We're going to do like close to the faces, and then we're going to do edge highlights past the faces. I think it's also why instead of doing, like a lot of people who buy Citadel Primer, instead of doing White Scar, which the first time I used White Scar Primer, yep, I had a problem as well. It started turning yellow in areas. And I don't know why. Like, I let it dry, it went a little yellow, and then I went over it again with another coat of the white, and then it went yellow again. Just weird. And then people in the local area who've talked about it talk about how sometimes it goes on a little textured. Like, it's just not great. But that's why Wraithbone, for a lot of people, is what they go. It's that off-white, because for some reason, whatever pigment they use for Wraithbone goes on really smooth. That's kind of what everyone leans into. I, of course, use Stynel Res White, and I have problems with that frickin' primer as well. But I find it manageable enough that I'm okay with it. Although for the next couple squads, I think what we're going to do is gray primer, maybe? Maybe black primer, and then do the Zenithal white ink. And we'll just go from there. Almost every person at my local store, they're constantly keeping an eye on any local stores about when they get Wraithbone, the spray-on primer in, because they keep stocking up on it. Because they run out. Like almost everything, every time something new comes out and they buy a bunch of it, Wraithbone primer, every time. It's their go-to. They won't do anything else. So they try to have a fairly good stock of it. I have personally moved pretty far away from spray can primers. I only really use airbrush primers at this point. I'm actually kind of worried. If we actually blast through these characters, do we get right into the gits? Like, how quickly do I rotate? Because I do feel like gits need to be next. Dude, that I was as well. I was in your boat when I first got it. My local store near me, my local art store, had a pretty good sale on airbrushes to the point where I was like, all right, look, if I screw this up, if I absolutely destroy this thing, and like that'll be my clue to be like, look, you're gonna need to learn so much more before you purchase an actual one that you want to use. Because like, we're at that point where it was so cheap that I was like, yeah, let's get in. And I don't know I don't know your situation, where you live, stuff like that, because prices vary, of course, place to place. But there's local stores to me now where if you want to get in on an airbrush, like $50. It'll give you a hand compressor that you can just plug in. It'll give you a basic brush, which my brush was $20. I've used it for over a year now. I've barely maintained it. I've hit it with a very bare bones level of cleaning and maintenance. I do need to clean it though. Like I want to get in there and clean it because it does smell a little funny. I do not like the smell. I'm guessing it's just bad liquid in it that's been in there for a little bit. Like condensation or something maybe. But it's not as hard as you'd think. It's daunting when you don't know, and then when you get into it and realize it's not that hard, then it just feels better. And there's cheap versions. There's cheap setups that you can run that aren't that bad, which I highly recommend looking into if you're into it. Because even for something basic, like just wanting to do an OSL on something, you know, you get your Liquitex white ink, you hit the area you want with the white ink, and then you just hit it with a color, and boom, you're done. OSL. For $50-$60 to be able to do a really good stylistic effect, sure. And then to go from that into being like, oh, now I can do more colors. Like these guys were airbrushed. We airbrushed the magenta, or the pink, and the green, and then I hand did the dry brushing of the purple. Most of Molog's skin tone before we touched it up with layer was done with airbrush. I think it gives you a better starting place than just going straight into primer with layer paint. Takes a lot of the stress off of you trying to get as much detail in as possible. So it's definitely something worth looking into, is what I'm saying. And don't be as afraid of it. These tools, very durable. There's very few things that will make them just straight up die. The way they're designed is almost like hyper mechanical and engineered so that they're so easy to just fix and clean. Because the spots on them that go wrong are easily accessible. Like the neck tunnel, like the tube that goes between the tip and the reservoir, super easy to get into and hit with a brush. You can use like a dental floss brush that has like the little fuzz around it. You just use that, and you're good. The tips are super easy to clean out. Like, it's so easy to get in there and solve problems. I think the key thing is finding out what paint you can use to airbrush with, because be aware, not all airbrush paint, or not all paint is airbrushable. Some of it is actually chemically very bad for you. There are some paints that, in order to get their achieved level of vibrancy and everything, use certain chemicals that, when airbrushed, means you're going to breathe it in and you're going to have some health problems. These are usually clearly stated on the instructions for the paint. They'll be like, hey, there's cobalt in this. Do not put it in an airbrush. And then, yeah, you just don't put it in an airbrush. There are some So-Flat paints like that, which is why I mostly use So-Flat as a layer paint. I really gotta finish this video over this weekend. We need to snag some B-roll before I leave here.
Poggers.
Poggers? Cold ramen. God, I could really go for some ramen right now. Get some tauntaun. I've been going to the ramen place occasionally, but I don't get ramen anymore from there, because all I can think is, man, this is a lot of sodium. And then I usually just grab a katsu chicken, which is still a good bit of sodium. But I'll grab katsu chicken curry. They do curry bowls there, which are just delicious. I love their curry bowls. You play the Lord of the Rings tabletop game, or you just own the models, I guess. I really haven't heard much about that. Still haven't. I think was it you we talked to not that long ago about it, where we were like, does anyone still play it? Apparently we found out it's like Australia and one other place that's actually like really cool with it. And then everywhere else around the world's like, oh, that's cool. They have a Lord of the Rings game. And then they just kind of move on. One more for the Rust Gray. And then we move on to the Brigade Gray, which looks really good. I've used it in a couple spots. Wasn't Lord of the Rings the format that they decided to make the ghosts be printed in clear plastic? Was that the format, or did they put those somewhere else? I thought that was the Lord of the Rings one, because I saw them show them off, and I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I've been looking at Soulblight for a while now, and I haven't seen the pictures of clear plastic ghosts on the Soulblight page, making me assume that that has to be Lord of the Rings. As like a Wraith army or something. I mean, that's kind of cool. It's weird that they were like, let's test a really new way to print things. A new visual aesthetic technology. On the Lord of the Rings format. It's kind of cool to see them try it, though. What's up, Jacob? People coming out on a Friday. Neat. The Hanged Man. I think we'll try to get all the fabric done. And then we'll dip into the individual details. Skeleton components, rope components. No, Age of Sigmar. Or friggin' Underworlds. Although I heard the good news about Warcry, or at least what seems to be good news. Them getting all the updates, changes in characters. Characters that were removed from the game not that long ago because they were like weird. People who played it thought they were really powerful or something. I don't know. There's a whole story around it, but it sounds like they're still chugging along trying to get Warcry to be a thing. At least, I guess, if they're going to announce it that it's changing completely, I don't know. This could be just them trying to keep people interested in purchasing the models until they change it. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what's up. It was cool to see some adjustments. I play Disciples of Tzeentch in Warcry because I have Disciples of Tzeentch, and that's how that works. Okay, so we need to be a little bit more discerning about where this goes. Yeah, we're just working on our Underworlds teams. Oh, for Kill Team? Love it, man. Warp Coven are now directly buffed in a similar fashion to how Hyrotech were, which means there's kind of like this new definition, right, of type of elite team or type of team in general, because it's now Hyrotech and Warp Coven are two of, I think, the only teams in the game that are capable of utilizing buffs and debuffs that persist. Like, that's just an uncommon thing. And I feel like whoever is writing the rules at Games Workshop figured out that there's a strength in that type of approach to a team ability that they haven't done it to all teams, right? Like, there's an idea where maybe all teams should be able to do that, but they haven't done it, and I think it's because they want like a subsection of like what a team is that involves that kind of a thing, where it's somebody who's able to, you know, drop persistent buffs. Because within the Chaos cults, there's a character that does that. The Icon Bearer can persist when he uses his icon. That's an uncommon thing. So to have a whole team that does it with the Hyrotech and now the Warp Coven. It's like they figured out a good strength that a team could have. And they're trying to make it work, which I think is really good. But yeah, Warp Coven are really nice, really strong. I'm wondering why we don't see enough of them, but at the same time I kind of get it. It is an elite team. Elite teams don't score all particularly too well. It's very easy to be outplayed by a Horde team. Ooh, mandrakes. People are having issues fighting against mandrakes. I still have to look at their rules. What I saw of their rules so far make them seem very strong. At least when it comes to being able to do whatever the hell you want. But like tournament play, you never see them. You don't see a lot of them, and you don't see a lot of them take like top 10. Granted, because like the players who play a lot of the Horde teams are very good at the game. They're like very veteran players. But I also like that the Warp Coven also had their Zangor health increased. That was actually really cool to see. Because I love the utility that Zangors bring to the game. It's like an odd utility. But they just weren't durable enough, in my opinion. And now they are. They've basically been elevated to almost Beast Gore, or Felgore status, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I gotta look at the rules for them because they're really cool. They sounded pretty strong with some of the leaks that I saw. I kind of want to see how they work in whole. Because I know it's supposed to be like one of the main things about them is if they get a kill, they get like a permanent stat boost or something. Like, that's kind of cool. Very powerful against fodder teams. Are you saying that they can stop a person from activating? I think this season we're gonna see a bit more of that. It sounds like they're exploring the player activation functions because the new Wormblade, the new GSC team coming up, they said that there was going to be a ability in there to allow, I want to say, the Patriarch to target someone and then have that person perform an action. So, like, you could target a gunner on the enemy team and make that gunner shoot at their allies. Which sounds crazy. Because that means the way you beat that team is to make sure your units are in such a situation where you will not screw yourself over. Like, if you have a plasma gun guy in vision of the Patriarch, that might be a problem. Because he could easily overcharge that plasma gun, possibly wipe out one of your units, and then the heat, like the get hot ability, would potentially wipe out the plasma gun. So you have to kind of know what you're bringing to the table and like what that means against the new Gene Stealer cult team, which I think is kind of cool. Pretty rough, but it's also cool. It's going to change the way the game's played a little bit, or at least against that one team. Because match play is all about building a roster, and I feel like people already bring a ton of stuff to tournaments, roster-wise. So there's kind of value in that approach. I think it'd be cool for stuff like if somebody brings a unit, like a demo trooper, one of those people that have the one-off ability, kind of like planning a satchel or something, like planning a demolition charge, bringing that unit and then having the enemy Patriarch catch it in its vision and then use the ability to activate that unit and then have it drop the satchel charge at its feet and be like, all right, well, your one really good ability is now used. And it's used in a place you don't want it, making your unit useless. Like, that's kind of crazy. If I didn't already have a ton of Tzeentch stuff, like demons and things, I might have gone Night Haunt, not even knowing what their abilities are. I found out later that Night Haunt is actually a really good AOS army, apparently. But, like, even if I didn't know that, had I had nothing else, and if it was just the moment of me being like, oh, I'm gonna play AOS, I probably would have picked Night Haunt. Because I look at them, and I immediately see, like, easy ways to paint them, like what we're doing right here. This is easy. And a whole army painted like this would look really cool. Oh yeah, I heard the saves. Like their ability to do weird stuff. There's a lot of cool... I wonder if Waha has their stuff up. I've been waiting. Because I assumed they were going to put the rules up on their website, but I guess the original rules were put up only because apparently boxes for the last version, or the last thing, didn't ship with all the stuff in it. My buddy plays Soulblight. He plays Hero Hammer Soulblight. So, like, it's kind of Soulblighty, but yeah, they're really strong. The ability to just keep healing and coming back is way too good. Which, when you go into that with frickin' the Disciples of Tzeentch and your only rule is to keep summoning people, all you're doing is keeping their vampires held at bay and healing on things you're constantly summoning while not killing them. Super obnoxious. Just so obnoxious. Kill team. Is Mandrakes up? Mandrakes are not up. They still haven't gotten the new rules yet. Oh well. Apparently you can, like, ally between the different factions. I just don't know how. I don't know, like, what benefit Soulblight gives to Ozark Bone Reapers or anything. I don't know what the value is in either direction. But I think there's a few of the vampire teams in Underworlds. I think there's a couple, maybe? I can't remember. I know Cursed Cities has a group that you could use in AOS, or at least that you could have used. I don't know if they're still going to be around. My buddy snagged them because they're really good. They have a unit in that army that's like, hey, do you want to be able to do melee damage to me? Or, and then, like, suffer this debuff? Or do you want me to be able to, like... No, it's... You can't do physical damage. You can only do spell damage. And you have to, like... You as the opponent gets to pick or something. I can't remember. He might have gotten the rule wrong. I don't know. But you... Someone gets to pick what type of damage he's immune to and what type of benefit he gets. Because, like, the ability to hit him with things that aren't spells gives him, like, rend or something on his attacks, like higher rend. Which is crazy. Yeah, he played Hero Hammer for AOS. Like, there's no other way to put it. He had so many named characters in his army. Crazy. Like 1,000,000 rules per unit. It was wild fighting that shit. Finding out like the 10 extra rules that I didn't know beforehand. And then just getting stomped because of it. It's like, oh man. You have too many heroes, dude. That's the way a lot of people play it, especially in 40k now. 40k's like dipped all in on Hero Hammer. There's almost no reason not to take named units. They're just too good. Doesn't stop one of our locals from constantly talking himself out of it, though. He bought Mortarion after the tournament because he plays Death Guard now. He bought Mortarion. He was like, I understand the power of Primarchs. I understand their value. I understand what Mortarion does for Death Guard. It's great. I think it'll work really well for my army list. And we were like, yep, you're using heroes now. You've never done that before. You've tried your hardest to avoid it, and now you're getting all in because that's where the meta is for most armies. You need the champions. And then literally a day later, we were in our group chat, and he was like, I don't think I'm going to use Mortarion anymore. You've talked yourself out of it. No. He joked that he was going to get me to paint it for him. I would have. We'd be doing that right now, chat. He would have handed me the model, and I'd be like, I got you, bro. I had all these plans. I was going to paint his moth wings up to have like a lot of shifter paint function to it, as well as some zenithal highlight stuff to do the eyes. I wanted it to be like a cosmic death moth. I had plans. Plans within plans. Is there meta? Is there a meta for that? I mean, I imagine there is. There's meta for everything regardless. There is a Middle-earth tournament that happens near here, though. I think in the next, like, 3 months, there's a pretty big Middle-earth tournament. It's just every week there's a 40k tournament. That's why I play 40k. I always had people coming in here who were like, you should check out one-page rules. And it's like, there's no one-page rules tournaments going on locally, my guy. I'll check them out. I've already seen video of them from like a while ago and had someone talk about where the rules were at that point, and I didn't like where the rules were. Like, genuinely, I just didn't like where the rules were at the time. And they've probably changed, because that game changes a lot, supposedly. They keep listening to the community and making adjustments based on what people are looking for, as well as what they think they want to go with. It's a combined function, which is, I always think, good, of what players want on top of what your vision is. Like, never lose your vision. If you ever get into making a tabletop game or a board game, and you try to like crowdsource information to see where you want the game to be, don't lose your vision. Never lose your vision. Don't just be like, oh God, no one wants the game the way it is. Be aware that in that situation of kind of crowdsourcing where you're going to go with whatever you're making, you're going to be surrounded in people who actually have no idea what they're talking about, who just want to say the stuff to feel like they've added. And if they say it in a way where other people hear it and go, oh yeah, that's important, even though it's not, you can easily screw yourself over that way. Like, dude, I still can't believe the story I heard for War Machine where they were like, hey, The winners of this tournament get to design the rules for the next iteration of the game. That's a mistake, sir. Do not do that. Do not. Now, what we can do, I do have a really light gray speed paint that we could glaze these guys with to try to pull the outer extremities of their, the white fabric to like a slightly grayish tint. Maybe we'll do that. Give it a little bit of a gradient. I hear what they're doing with War Machine now is starting to come together, but like, I don't know, man. There's been a lot behind where they are that makes it like very uneven. Like there's a YouTube channel of some people who run a hobby shop, and they occasionally sit down and do like interviews with, I guess, themselves. They answer questions people have in chat to talk about kind of where hobbying is and where strategy games are from a perspective of a person in the industry as like a seller. And one of their videos was just straight up like the death of Privateer Press, because almost no shop will carry their stuff anymore. If you're gonna play their game, you actually have to order online through their website, because like no store will carry them, which also means you as a player have to kind of create the situation in which you're going to go to tournaments for their stuff. Like you have to make the events, you have to do all of it. And since stores aren't carrying their products, stores also probably won't want you to run tournaments through their store, because there's no reason for people to buy stuff at your store for this type of thing. So like it's created this bad situation, I think. Like I remember when my local store had Privateer Press stuff right next to Games Workshop stuff on the shelf, and they were like kind of in competition with each other. It was really cool. It was cool to see it, and now it's like gone. They always put the biggest, I guess, market competition to Games Workshop next to them. So I think right now it's the Star Wars game. No, yeah. Everything was, yeah. It's kind of why I like where 40K is. I think one of the key reasons a lot of the older players hate 40K now is because they were, in the last edition, they were really into the idea of whoever gets initiative roll wins. Like that was freaking 40K in 9th. Was just straight up, oh, I got initiative. Sit back, relax, and we'll be at the next game soon. I watched a game of 9th edition 40K where an AdMech player with like 4 aircraft or something, he had like 3 or 4 aircraft, tabled a guy turn 1. Just turn 1, tabled him. The whole time he was doing it, the guy who was getting tabled was just on audio being super mad. I guess it was whoever was running the tournament's streaming and video recording stepped away from the table, so they decided to like mic the players up, assuming it would be really good. But the entire audio recording was just this guy being like, this is a load of shit. Like he was just so angry the whole time. And I mean, rightfully so. He lost because of the initiative roll. That's insane. And that's not exactly a sign of a healthy game. So to see the situation now where it's like so impossible to table someone turn 1, and it's even still a hard ask turn 2, even for some of the deadliest damage output teams in the game, I think that's a lot better. Creates for more interesting back and forth in tournaments. Because we're still seeing some of the big names winning, right? So it's not like it's not like it's so casual that anyone could just buy an army right now and then take top 10 at a tournament. That's just not how it is. But it's good enough that players who in 9th just couldn't win because they wanted to play the armies they wanted, and those armies weren't good meta-wise. Like, they would just get stomped every round to the point where they just didn't want to go to tournaments anymore. But now people from my local store, the group that was always playing against each other and is now thinking of going to more tournaments, team tournaments and all that, it's actually fun. I got blown out in that 4v4. I got blown out in the 3v3. I gotta break my 5th edition habit of wanting to table my opponent by turn 3. Because I gotta accept that it's just not happening. No matter how tuned up I make my attacks, everything in this game is now durable enough that it won't die right away. Like, it would take me way too long to have to kill stuff. Every paperwork guy was into fantasy, but then they killed it. It's now skirmish games like kill teams. Old World supposedly is not that bad. But AOS is getting a reboot, which is basically... It sounds like they're going to be applying some fantasy and old world function to it, so that could be kind of cool. Like, there's wizard levels. We've seen data sheets, and there's wizard levels, which they got rid of in the last, or the current, I guess, iteration of AOS. There's no wizard levels. And they're bringing them back, which hopefully for my Disciples of Tzeentch is a good thing, because I gotta tell you, being the wizard army and losing my casting rolls to non-wizard armies as easily as I've done in the few games I've played, that makes me not happy with the game, knowing that like the core thing about my army isn't strong enough to be a thing. But I've heard good things about Old World. I'm just not sure, especially with AOS, the new AOS coming up. It's like they dropped Old World to appease nerds, and then all those nerds were like, yeah, we can play. And now they're like, AOS 4.0, and all those nerds are just like, damn it. Kind of want to play AOS now. It's just odd timing, in my opinion. Oh yeah, I mean that's where skirmish is then, right? You could play Warcry. They just got a massive update for Warcry, which hopefully means good things for the game going forward, because a lot of that game was up in the air as to whether or not it was going to continue. There's been way too many rumors of people being like, it's going to die. But now they're like, hey, massive update, tons of rules changes and fixes. I think the core gist a lot of people have with the old world stuff and like Age of Sigmar and everything, those games don't sell, I believe, as well as the 40k genre, from what I understand. But Games Workshop puts a lot of effort into making people see it as an appealing concept. Because AOS models are god tier. They're so good. And the effort that gets put into how AOS plays and making sure the rules are like decently balanced to a degree, and they put a lot of effort in, and it feels like they want it to work. But I keep hearing that it's, even though AOS itself does sell well, it's just not as good, of course. We'll have to see what happens when the new edition drops. New edition might cause a pretty big wave of hype. It depends, though. I honestly think what AOS should do, yes, they should probably casualify, because I gotta tell you, as a person getting into AOS, the rules, the way the rules worked, oh my god. Oh my god. Too much. So they should casualify some things, but maybe try to figure out how to keep the game, like, even more of, like, a higher skill ceiling. Because 40k's skill ceiling is there, but I feel like the casualification of it did drag the skill ceiling down a little bit from what you would expect, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it moved it. Because before, the skill ceiling was kind of list building, and that was it. If you built the right list, you win. It still, to a degree, is list building, but it's shifted a bit. I do think Kill Team's great, though. I need to get into some games for it. My closest local store finally decided to make a Discord. They did it. I joined it pretty early, and there's already people talking in there about like trying to set up dates and times to do things. Part of me wants to try to start a Kill Team League. I want to pop in there and be like, hey guys, I'm a massive fan of Kill Team. I have a ton of terrain. I live 5 minutes down the road. If you guys want a Kill Team League at this store, I will gladly get us all set for that. I can teach you guys how to play. Oh. Oh, it would be so good. Because again, 5 minutes down the road. Actually, just 5 minutes down the road. It's the best. I think that'd be wonderful. Because I do really want to play more Kill Team. I want to get more reps in. I think as Warp Coven. Either Warp Coven or Wormblade for me. I love the new Wormblade rules. I love the new Warp Coven rules. They're so good together. Considering local community, I have the feeling that if I do start a Kill Team League at this local store, it's going to be like all Intercessors and Legionary teams, maybe even the Nightmare team. It's going to be weird. We can start a compendium league to get everyone into it. Go with my Death Guard. I gotta get these shirts up. I'm a purity seal away from finishing my Black Templar shirt. I need to rethink maybe how to approach these, because I think most of it's just going to be down to like font with maybe a little bit of a graphic. Like how the Black Templar shirt is mostly font with like a pattern for a bolt gun and a purity seal. I want to do a shirt for like every major faction. I kind of want to do a Tyranid shirt designed like a gym shirt. The whole concept of like gaining biomass. Call it the Swole Swarm or something. Dude, these look really good. Super happy for them. All right, let's do the skulls. We're gonna try So Flat Titan buff. I don't know why I bought it when you consider that I have regular bone tone. I feel like the bone tone goes on a little chalky though, so I'm thinking Titan buff might be pretty good. But yeah, if you like Kill Team, look into whether or not you have a local community for Underworlds. Underworlds is a solid game mechanic, man. It's solid, and it's pretty quick, which is always cool. No skull there. There's skulls on the bases too. I gotta remember that. I'm gonna keep pushing underworlds on people. Try and find a rivals league in particular. Because if you find someone who's like, oh, we do Nemesis or whatever the custom build deck is, oh, you're gonna have a rough time. Custom build decks in the game are just so strong. Is there a skull on here? There is. I'm gonna need to look into some more tournaments. I want to put a couple reps in though of 40K, like locally with locals. I mean, kind of the whole thing about being local. I want to do it just to get used to some stuff, used to some methods of play. Because I feel like if I keep just going to tournaments, trying to get it to work, my brain's not gonna have the like decompression moment where it goes like, hey man, maybe don't send your entire army after this one squad that he's using as bait. That's not really giving him points, but is just kind of existing over there. Because if you do, he's gonna kill your army. So maybe find a different path. Don't give in to the bloodlust. Because that'd be great if I could pull that off. That is a trick of all tricks. Just got to get myself psychologically into a place to not ruin my chances of winning. Be nice. It would be nice. Is that a skull or a rock? Oh, that's a stone. Or that's a... It's a freaking shackle weight. This a skull? That's another shackle weight. Okay. Pretty simple. A lot less skulls than I had originally thought. Okay. Where's that speed paint that I think might be good here? Here we are. It's called Ashen Stone. We use the little pop. Do you have any best move that you remember in Kill Team, like activation? What up, Rax? Do you have any best move that you remember in Kill Team, like activation of the game? I'm trying to decipher that, Jacob. Are you talking about, like, best ability? Like, what I consider to be an extremely strong ability? I'm wondering. Things I consider to be a very strong ability. I usually lean on the temporal shift, or the temporal warp coven, right? I usually point to them with their whole map-wide -1. It used to be really strong, but they nerfed it, and I agree with the nerf, by the way. 100% I agree with that nerf. The ability was way too strong. But anything map-wide is usually just really good. I'm trying to think, though. This is actually a really good contrast for this. Not overpowering, and it knocks it back just enough. Oh, word. I am the lunch break stream, it seems. Zorax, these are what I'm painting here, and what I painted before are some of the teams for the game I'm going to bring to Too Many Games if you want to try it out. It's kind of a blend of a card game and strategy game. probably going to bring a handful of teams, so there's at least like some choices you can make depending on what you want to play. This is a really good speed paint because you can kind of use it as a sort of like a rendering glaze if you just want to slightly shade the white areas a bit more. Nice. Yeah, because we'll have this team, the Ghost Queen stuff, the Briar Queen. We got the Mollog stuff that we just finished up. I already have... Do I already have other teams? I have my Domitas. I have my Ephilums. I'm going to try to get the other 2 teams from this box done before then. And then I have 2 teams that are not built right now that I could also try to finish. But yeah, we got Domitas. And then I'm probably going to play Ephilums because I like playing Ephilums. They are very difficult to play because they have really weird rules. And I love that about them. Back up top you go. TMG could be cool. Good to get a little bit of a break. Yeah, I should be around Saturday for the podcast. I'll try and figure out what's going on a little bit. Because I do need to figure out where I'm staying and stuff. I think it'll be at one of the rooms we're provided as the Spawncast. I'm just not sure. I gotta double check that. It's always difficult to try to get some verification with John about how scheduling's gonna be. Most of the time, he kind of assumes things. He's just like, oh, yeah, no, it'll work out. And then I get there, and he's like, oh, you don't have a room. It's like, oh, okay. Oh, I thought they'd have a room for you. It's like, okay, thinking they had a room for me and knowing. 2 very different things. One is pretty easy to achieve, and one's like a guarantee. Like, you can just say it whenever you want. But like, all you had to do was call or email any of the people we normally talk to to figure it out. What up, Arturo? So yeah. I'll try and get some verification that I'm gonna have a room to sleep in while there. If not, maybe I just stay at my buddy's house again like last time, or 2 times ago. Probably not the best option to stay at my buddy's house, because when I'm over there, he's probably going to be like, yo, we're going to hang out till 4 a.m. And it's like, no, I need to wake up. The thing is, there's never a couch. Like, he'll be like, yeah, you can crash on the couch. There's not a couch. I feel like I think we did that to Austin John Plays one year. He was like, ah, dude, yeah, if you want to come down, don't even worry about getting a room. Just, you can stay at our room. We'll get you a cot. And he was like, all right, cool, I'll get a cot. And then we talked to the people at the desk, and they were like, everyone has a cot because there's a convention going on, and you guys weren't the first to ask for the cot. Our cots are out. We are fresh out of cots. So he was like, I guess I'll just put some pillows down and sleep on the floor, because you don't have a couch like you said you might have. And I was like, dude. Dude. And then I told him good luck, because I knew I snore like a monster. I was like, good luck getting to sleep before me. And he was like, what do you mean? That was the other thing, because then when Max came down, it was like me, Max, John, and like, I think the room that we were in had 1 bed. So he was like, all right, let's go get some air mattresses, because this is messed up. We were like, all right, yeah. So we went and got air mattresses that were literally my weight limit. Like, they were about 20 pounds under what I weigh. And I was like, all right, I guess we'll hopefully have these work. And I was laying in it, and it was fine. And then I rolled over, and frickin' the sheets we were given by the hotel were so abrasive that when I rolled over, it like, the sheet grabbed the mattress and just like ripped it on one of the sides and deflated it. And I was so mad, dude. Like, I was just sleeping on the floor at that point. It was miserable. Alright, let's do the bases. Let's increase the teal on the bases. Oh, dude, it was obnoxious though. I slept on the floor the whole week. It was at that situation where I was reminded that I was in my 30s. And by Sunday, I was barely able to move without my spine being like, I'm gonna make your day miserable. You're gonna have the worst day ever. No, my spine. Alright, we gotta actually lay this down, pull it back with this color a little bit. It's a little too in the fluorescent area. I don't want it to be that way. So we're going to pull it closer to the teal. always work up the rose petals at a later moment. Oh, that's the RGT system too. I guess he's probably going to get a room through the MCN. And they'll definitely have a pool, because the MCN usually grabs a bunch of rooms at the neighboring hotel area. That's how he's... 100% that's how he's spending his first day. He's just going to get there, grab his tickets maybe, or check in with them or something, and then just... He's going to spend like an hour and a half in that pool. All right, man. %. Definitely better to go the darker direction for the basing. Prefer that. I don't know if we probably don't have to do too much detail on these bases. I think we're gonna be okay. Because I feel like if we just do maybe some highlight color a little bit, like a little bit of a dry brush of a highlight, and then we'll probably render the rose and vining a little bit. The goal is this new, the neon pigments I purchased. Later. The neon pigments I purchased, we're just gonna hit some areas with it. Burst some zonage. Make them look really nice. There's a few people who have rope on their bases as well. This guy in particular. We're gonna need to get some rope work together on him. The Hanged Man. Speaking of which, what time is it? All right. Whenever my roommate is done microwaving, cooking, and eating, I might take a break. Do the same. Painting, 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 painting. I was wondering if we were going to have to get the airbrush set back up to start the Gits or the Skaven next. I don't think so. Considering how much detail I need to kind of go back over all this stuff with, it might take a minute. I think we talked about this at one point, right? We assumed salamanders would be like the grilling faction. I think we had some good ones too. Like I thought for Aldari it would be like those small plate gourmet meals. Right, where there's just like a twig and a leaf. And then they talk all the time about how good their cooking is and how much better it is than everyone else's. Let me do their weapon heads. I think that's what we're going to do next. The idea is pro-acryl. We're going to pro-acryl the blades to prepare them. And then we're going to try to blend, I think, blue fluorescent and purple fluorescent. Let's get the blades flatted and started. Because pro-acryl just goes on. It's like I was saying, it's a really good white paint, but it also just covers. Like maximum coverage. Very little room for error. Oh yeah, they'll charge a boatload. If they have a restaurant, they'll have a bouncer, and they'll never let anyone in. That'll be the whole thing. We assume Slanesh, whatever they cook, will probably look really good, but it'll start screaming as you eat it. Zinch would probably be kind of the same, except Zinch, it would look very weird. It would be like the plate would hit the table in front of you, and it would be light. Like you'd be staring at light. That would be what you're about to eat. It would just look like light. You're like, how is that even possible? Or it would elicit an emotion when you look at it, and you wouldn't quite know what it is. It's like that kind of like eldritch horror type stuff. Black Templar would just be an MRE, I feel like. It would just be like a brick of protein and vitamins. Same thing with pretty much every guardsman. Yeah, corn would be friggin' raw steak. Like the animal wouldn't even be dead. It would just be at your table. They'd be cutting like chunks out of the side of it and handing it to you. Or actually it would only be animals that are like strong, right? Like they'd fight silverback gorillas. That would be the meal. They would want to hunt something with their bare hands that could actually cause them pain. I feel like orcs, it would look really bad, but it would taste really good. Like, that's how I consider orcs, because I feel like they would assume whatever they cooked would taste amazing, and the fact that they assume that is going to make it so that whatever you're about to eat from them is going to taste amazing. It just is. Whatever Dark Eldar put in front of you will definitely be laced with so many drugs. It'll be slightly undulating. And as you eat it, you'll have to make sure not to swallow any of the teeth that's in it. What do we want to do? While we wait for the white to dry, I'm going to start this guy up for his rope. We're going to go with Thondia, and then probably rotate into the desert, Zamasi Desert. Oh, the thing is, I like Thondia for wood. Let me put Thondia on this wood here. Get that started. Maybe we'll go with a Dreadclaw or something for the rope. Votan would probably be mostly beer and sludge, I feel like. Let's just get all the wood done. There's a lot of wood planking on a lot of these guys. There's this one here. Maybe we'll also put this as a base for the vines and the thorns. It would be good to see the Votan come out with some lore. I think that they have an interesting basis, right? Because it sounds like every time they're described that the whole concept of them is that they are being driven by AI. That's kind of their, like, centralized computer concept, right? And the whole premise of what's happening in the human empire in 40K is that there was a dark age of AI where the AI tried to kill us all. So now technology is the enemy, and Votann is sort of that, like, they existed on the fringes and they still have AI, like, in and among them. So I think that's really cool. I think that could be like a really cool concept. I need to just put this in my pocket, I think. It's like the, yeah, and it's like the AI is having problems or something. But I do like the overall concept of them as a faction. Because of that, like, origin story of, like, we made them and put them out there because we didn't want to mine those areas for all the really, really required goods that were out there. And now there's just a level of, like, it's all coming back to haunt us. I kind of like that. Makes them a fun faction. There's an interwoven nature of, like, the heritage of the universe blended into them, which makes for some fun storytelling. So yeah, it could be cool for them to drop more lore around the boats. Boats are good. Xenos tend not to get too much, like, elaborate lore, though. Like, unless they're serving as an antithesis or just the enemy in a major book, you usually don't see a lot of, like, Xenos lore, which sucks, I think, because there's a lot of really cool Xenos things. I mean, a lot of them are from the dawn of the universe, so, like, why would they not be cool to read about? Because that at least gives context to the entirety of the universe before the Age of Man. Which, I mean, that's just cool. I don't care how you cut that. The idea being that it's just a ton of crazy, amazing stuff happening all at once. I like that orcs are getting books. I do like that orcs are getting books. I always wondered, right? Because orcs are fun. Are orcs fun because the first person to write lore for them made them fun? And was that fun the thing that people latched onto enough to get lore books? Like, did they just get massively lucky? by having like the perfect writer for that type of situation. Because I feel like the Aldari, I mean, they are exactly what you would think they are. They're the frickin' elves who are just assholes and think everyone else is beneath them. I mean, it's been there, done that. Right? Like, whatever. They tried to make them a little bit more, I guess, agreeable by providing that concept of they're permanently damned. Their species is dwindling, and they're trying so hard to, like, fix what they did. Or at least save themselves from what they did. And it's like, alright, that's kind of cool, I guess. But, I don't know. I don't think it's enough. Meanwhile, people are out here just like, oh yeah, orcs. They do funny things. They speak in a Cockney accent. And now everyone's like, yo, when's the next orc book coming out? Getting some vine together. Just gotta make sure we get the right roots. I feel like 40k orcs, even though they are close to like other franchises, do stand out a little bit though. Not just for their awkward ability, but like, even though orcs are all about fighting, like across almost every IP that you'll ever find orcs in, I think the reason to fight that the orcs in the 40k universe have, like, that's what makes them just different enough to be interesting. It's not just about asserting dominance and wanting to control people and, you know, make people do work for you so that you can continue your war and constantly be fighting and blah, 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 blah. It's just like we're fighting for fun. It's because it's fun. And I genuinely think that's like the big moment of just like, hey, this is why you're gonna like orcs more than, in this franchise more than other franchises, is that they're not here to just be assholes. They're here to have fun. It just so happens that fun to them is kind of problematic to your survival. Let's make sure any vine work on anyone else's base is hit. I think I have an idea for their bases. I think we're going to hit them with Druchii Purple as a shader. And we're just going to go with that. To kind of finish the detail, I guess. Should probably also paint the handles on their weapons this brown color. Do I want to do some of these handles in wood? I think I maybe do. That one, this one. Yeah, the 8 points, 8 detachments. We were talking earlier that I'm actually in full debate mode of picking up that codex. Because Thousand Suns codex, probably not for a while. And I feel like there's a detachment in the Chaos Space Marine codex that Thousand Suns could work really well with. In particular, it's the detachment where all Heretic Astartes get Assault. Because that's actually an amazingly useful detachment ability, because then you can always advance and then do the missions, which means all units can just move really quickly and do missions. It also says that units standing on objectives that you don't control, when you shoot at them, you get an extra pip of AP, which, if you consider, if I use Rubric Marines in that army, I'll be able to advance and shoot, and then I'll be able to shoot people on objectives that I don't control, for full rerolls of wounds, because that's the Rubric Marine rule, as well as an extra AP on top of, if I roll a 6, an extra AP. So baseline, I could run up Flamer, I could move, advance, Flamer, an objective that I'm not on. And those flamer hits will be 1 damage, AP 2, strength 4. And if I roll a 6, it's AP 3, single damage. And full rerolls on the wounds. Full on. That's wild to me. That's a possibility for that type of situation. All right, let's do... Next up, let's find the other brown that I have that's kind of dark, but not really. There we are. Blood Reaver. We're gonna do Blood Reaver on a couple things here. Specifically on him, we're gonna do it on the candle, like the actual candle holder. Do it on all the ropes on this guy's base. But yeah, they have some pretty cool detachments. And considering that the tournament I just went to, a list that was extremely powerful and hard to kill and able to just do whatever the hell they wanted, that we saw and that we kept running into, was 100 Chaos Cultists, a squad of Legionaries, Abaddon, a Noctilith Crown, and 2 Predators. Basically, all the cultists had 4+ invulnerables. They also were all given lethal hits by their the pact function that they had. They would just go on points. You weren't getting those points from them. And then they were just durable. And if you stood in front of them, you would take hundreds of shots. Like, absolutely hundreds of shots. All with lethal hit. We might need to pull that other brown out. I did not notice there was a vine on this base. It's just one of those absolutely bonkers things. And now to see that there's a detachment that's exclusively about chaos cults, I feel like that guy's either gonna make his list potentially. I don't know if he'd make it the advanced one. The advanced one's just good though. Like, you almost have to go that route. So many people are gonna go that route. There's a list meant for Night Lords, for jump pack troopers. I still think they go the route of assault on all weapons. I don't know, maybe. Because I feel like Night Lords, if you go that route with all the raptors and everything, you're probably mostly melee, and assault on weapons doesn't really matter for that. But the ability, like the Black Legion ability to fall back, shoot, and charge, that's brutal. That's so brutal. Yep, they got the Night Lord style detachment. They have a Demon Engine detachment, which is kind of the Arcfane function, I guess. They have a detachment that supposedly, I guess the Demon Engine one might be the Iron Warrior one. I didn't notice a detachment that sounded Iron Warrior specific. Demon Engine one sounded really cool, though. Honestly, I could probably run the Demon Engine thing with my list as it is right now. Most of my sorcerers would probably exist as stand-ins for, like, Warp Smiths and stuff. No, yeah. I'm imagining the guy who went the 100 cultists might go the cultist list. The cultist detachment. Because, I mean, 100 cultists. Why not? I wonder how he's going to change his list, though, now that the cultists have access to their own commander unit. Infiltrate on his cultists is going to be brutal. Like, he didn't really... Like, he kind of got where he needed to go with them. It was good. I think next step we want to go with is going to be... I want to quickly put Jerchi Violet on all the bases. Get that shader going. Because it is a really good shader. Just pop it around real quick. Let it capillary into the crevices. hit the blades, I think. Gotta make the blades look cool. I might get the Codex, honestly, because I do think I could just run it. I could make a Thousand Suns list. Because I hate using Cabal points. I get that they're so good, but I still hate using them. I hate that that's the gimmick, and I hate that it's in the situation it is. Because if you consider that that's the, I think we're gotta move the playlist forward. If you consider that that's kind of the detachment rule, then no matter what we're about to go to, right? Like if they drop the Thousand Sun Codex next month, just out of nowhere, that's still going to be my detachment rule. I don't think they give me different Cabal points either. I think we're seeing what the Cabal points are going to at most be used for. The hope is that each detachment provides one additional Cabal function beyond the normal, which I don't know if that's going to be the case. So I kind of don't like Cabal point functions. I don't like having to think, oh, I don't want to put these guys in Deep Strike. Oh, I don't want to pick them up and uppy downy them because I need the Cabal points. It's just a weird feeling. I would much rather just be like, hey, I'm doing a pact and I'm getting sustained. I'd much rather have the Dreadnought nearby that's like, yeah, I'm getting sustained and lethal. Like, I don't know, it just feels different. Feels better. I love Druchii Violet. Such a good shade. Good shade, good shade. Yeah, I could either take rubrics as allies, or I could just be like, look, these are legionary. They're all Tzeentch marked. I'm still on brand. This would be the true big brain play. Everyone that plays me would be like, oh, are you tracking your Cabal points? And I'll be like, I told you at the beginning, I'm Chaos Space Marine. I'm not Thousand Suns. Why do you keep asking me if I'm tracking my Cabal points? Druchy Violet. So perfect. Don't care what anyone says. Nolan Oil is tier 2 to my Druchy Violet. Alright, so we need fluorescent blue. Or fleur bleu. Now the goal here is we kind of start with the blue. And we just get it on in like some of the outward areas. And then real quick, while it's still moist, clean brush, go into the purple, start from the other side. And pull it together to get a little bit of a fade or a blend.
Poggers.
Poggers? Swirl it a little bit. A little. Push the blue a little bit more on it. I wouldn't call it a problem. T-Suns are really strong right now. It's just variance is the issue. Honestly, I'd be happy with Cabal points if each detachment had their own list. But I feel like that's not going to be the system. It's going to be Universal Cabal and then an army rule for all the detachments that adjusts things. Maybe Zangor focused, maybe Demon focused, maybe vehicle focused, maybe sorcery, maybe speed, maybe durability. I imagine faction-wise, it's a Pantheon faction. Do we think... Because Dark Angels dropped as a codex, and Dark Angels is, you have the Dark Angels detachment, or you can use the Space Marine detachments. I think the Pantheons are far enough away from Chaos that they need at least like 4 detachments to choose from, right? I don't think we're going to get like 5 or 6 or 8. I think we get 4. I think most of the Pantheons get 4 detachments. I feel like that's probably closer to what might actually happen. All right, we need Zamasi. Got it. We need Doom Bowl. There it is. Where's this Flesh Tone? No. Deathclaw. Where's Doom Bowl? I have Thondia, Blood Reaver. I could have swore Doom Bull was in here somewhere. It was like a slightly darker brown than Deathclaw. Or like a slightly more reddish brown, maybe. Oh, I think I found it. Yeah, man, Cabal points. I kind of hope we get like something at least relatively interesting to come out of it. It would be good if they were like, all right, yeah, we're splitting the Cabals up. Because Temporal Shift feels like if they did the time-focused detachment, that's where Temporal Shift goes. Armor Stripping feels like that goes somewhere else. Like, it feels like we have a bunch of different Cabal functions that were meant for other factions, but they're all like mixed in for the Magic faction, just so we can have access to some good stuff. It's probably why Thousand Suns were really good in the initial release of all of the all of these indexes. It's because of the adaptability that comes from the one index. Because if you focus on any one of those Cabal things, you're able to actually kind of control how your list is going to be built, how it's going to feel. It's going to be just generally better. Because, like, if you want speed, try to get to 10 Cabal points. Throw a Lord of Forbidden Lore in there. You've got yourself 2 Temporal Shifts you can use in a turn. Which, you take any kind of frickin' flying unit, fast vehicle, Zangor Enlightened, anything with over 6-inch movement. You hit that thing with Temporal Shift, it is horrifying. I did that once with one of my Helldrakes. I decided I wanted a Helldrake to be just in combat, or in the enemy's base turn 1. I wanted him to be like the ultimate distraction Carnifex. So, you know, 20-inch movement, then 20-inch movement again. That thing can be wherever the hell it wants. I think we have to shade the rope. Zamasi Desert isn't a basing color, it's a layer color, but I feel like it just goes on way too thick. We're gonna Reichland flesh shade it to try to pull it a little bit. We'll wait for it to dry though. Now, we try to get the wood painted up a little bit. But yeah, I've built Thousand Sun lists that are like, I get 6 Cabal points every round, and that is it. I've done well with them too. Like, because you can build for really cool stuff. in the live section, I've been usually a day later. I try to wait for YouTube to be like, hey, HD quality. We have HD now. I try to wait for that moment. And then I usually post it up. But we have the start of this at the end of my last live stream VOD, where we do the airbrush work to try to create the pink to green you see here, as well as the dry brushing of the purple so flat to give me where I'm supposed to be rendering the white that we did today. But yeah, this video should be up probably in the next couple days after release. There's some leaves on this. I'm gonna have to get the green in here when we're done. But yeah, these guys have been fun. I've been liking them. I try to paint as much as possible on stream, and almost all of my stream VODs after a certain point have been posted. So you should be able to catch up on paint schemes and processes that I've done in recent times, like Molog's Mob. We just finished Molog's Mob. It's this bad boy. And his 3 little pals. So that's already up as a video, as a VOD. And hopefully it's good enough that you'll be able to see what I'm doing. Because I've tried to put a good bit of work into positioning under the camera properly. I'm doing everything I need to do to try to help you guys out to see process. Sometimes I try to get hobby videos together if I have a good idea for it. But for the most part, I'd prefer people to just like see what I'm doing and then be able to reference it and use it later. I'm not super worried about rendering the Briar. Specifically the on-ground Briar. Because we are still planning on using one of these neon powders to pigment the base a bit. Make it look a little weird. What ambient music is this? Heart of the Beast? No. We adjust. Smooth piano. We're gonna need to tone the skulls soon. Get some of the metallics down. I think we can tone the skulls next. Maybe we hit the rose petals. Kind of have a plan with those. let's tone the skulls. Do the rose petals, hit the metallics. Oh, I need food. I'm distracting myself from my hunger. Good old skeleton horde contrast. The best thing that happened. To making skulls. Like seriously, the first time, I think skeleton horde was the first contrast I properly used. Where I put a pretty good base color down. And then I kind of coffee stained it a little bit on top to make it look like a skull. It's just so perfect. No skulls? Hog? I still think the last thing we need to do is OSL this guy. Maybe. I don't know. I could probably just hit his flame with some short truce or something. Call it a day. Might honestly be for the best. Or we can just do it as a fluorescent blue. Nice little blue ghost flame. Let's do some rose petals. Fluorescent red. It's so bright. a lot of green leaves on this. I'm gonna have to go back over and hit. To do a lot of correctionary stuff all over this. It's hard discerning what's a rose petal and what isn't. You're talking about paint scheme? This was just random. Well, not random. We actually talked about it. It's in the VOD from yesterday, which I think is going up either today or tomorrow. Ugh. It's, we painted them white. And then I said, hey, which colors do we want to go with? Because there's a bunch of fluorescent colors. Like, you can just pick and choose. There's so many. And we were looking at them, and I was like, all right, well, I kind of want to go with pink. So I picked up pink, and I was looking at it. We were debating going into purple. And then I was like, wait a second, let's do lime green. Let's go the completely offbeat route of pink and lime green, which pretty much made them into a watermelon fruit roll-up. Which, yeah, it's fine. I even said when I was done them, I was like, oh man, watermelon hard candy. And then I posted them on the local Discord, and an immediate response was, that's a fruit roll-up ass night haunt. I was like, yep. People near here know me as the I paint everything super bright guy. I mean, kinda. It kind of worked out, right? Because we did the green, we did the pink, and we were like, that's kind of rose color. You know, it's close. Let's do the main Briar. I think needs some green. We have a really good green for this. It's a really good green that I don't use often enough. So it's called Auric Flesh. Gotta hit the vortex. Brrr. And it all just kind of works out, which I like. We decided to go teal bases just because we were talking about teal for like a whole day yesterday. I was like, screw it, let's go teal. Let's get that teal base action. Auric Flash. Like a nice little bland green. Doesn't pull too much attention. could almost go over it with Poxwalker shade if I wanted to make it a little bit more rendered. It's interesting though, because this is a base paint, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's a base paint, and I feel like it doesn't go on anywhere near as thick as how base paints are supposed to go on. Like, it feels almost like I'm working really hard to make sure it's fully opaque, which that's more a layer paint than anything else. You guys feeling happy with the outcome so far? I'm loving it. If I played Night Haunt, this would probably be my color scheme. Or something close to it at least. I'm going to want to go over these roses that she has on her one more time. So Flat is also usually really good at being like a one-stop, single drop down, just get the tone right and you're done situation. And yet the red is just really liquidy for some reason. At this point, we pretty much need to just do metallics. Pigment color for the base, which we got to pick. I talked about it at the beginning of the stream, but I don't know who was here. But we just picked up a bunch of mica pigments, which are all hyper bright. So we kind of got to pick a really bright color to go on the base. I'm thinking of blue. The weapons have blue on it. But I feel like even that blue isn't a lot. And I think if I just lightly dust with a blue on the base, I think it could look really cool. Should be fun. I think the next big step after we get these correctionary colors down is to slam into the metals. Oh, dude, stick with me. Stick with me. Everyone loves dark color schemes. I want everything to look like it's trying to kill you through your eyeballs. Most of my Thousand Suns are very bright looking. My Knights. Hell, even my Gene Stealer cults, which I tried to make dark, are also very bright in some spots. I've done a lot of work. Because if you haven't noticed, I'm using a lot of fluorescent colors. You're probably thinking, yeah, they're bright. Like, yeah, they are. They're also blacklight reactive. So these things get super psychedelic when you put them under a blacklight, which is really cool. No, yeah, the subtitles do that. It's fun talking about like nerd culture things when subtitles are on, because you're gonna get some wild stuff down there. Oh, beautiful. I'm okay with the ones on the bases being a little dirty. That's fine. We can touch them up later if we really want to. I think a core thing we should probably touch on now is Reikland Flesh Shade. If I can find it. On the Hangman's Noose. Is Reikland Flesh Shade still out? No, it's not. We could Garagax Sewer it, but I think the shade approach is going to be better because I want the peak colors to be a bit bright. No, that's Flesh Terrors. I really got to organize this box. I keep saying it, and I keep not doing it. And it keeps annoying me the more and more I go back to it. Because we just need Reikland Flesh Shade. I literally used it yesterday. And now I can't find it. Hello? No, you're Burgundy. Oh, Burgundy. We have no elements of Burgundy in anything we just did, which kind of sucks. I love Burgundy. Such a good color. But that's fine. I can't keep oversaturating everything I make with Burgundy. It would be a little obnoxious. Good Dark Oath Flesh. I feel like Dark Oath Flesh could be a good option for the noose and the rope, because it's a bit red. As long as we like glaze it a little bit, because the key point is just to make the internal ridges pop a little bit. Which this is 100% doing. The core of it, do you have an airbrush? Because the core of this is just to preemptively do an airbrush hit on it. Basically start white primed and then go ham with an airbrush. You could probably get away with dry brushing to try to gradiate the dry brush. But you just need 2 really good fluorescent colors that you want. And then to just go from there. I guess, you know, TLDR of the approach, since you were wondering. So white primer, of course, you always want to start with white. And if you have an airbrush, do you have golden fluorescent paints? Because this guy is golden fluorescent pink and green over top of the white. You can also just, there's tons of fluorescent colors. You can kind of pick and choose how you want to go. Magenta purple, there's blues, there's chartreuse, there's orange yellow, orange. You can kind of create what you want as the gradient. Then what I do is you need to have a really good dark matte purple. I use So Flat Dioxide Violet. It's really dark. It's nice. I dry brush this from top down over top of it, kind of like a slap chop method. It also allows me to control and stop where I want to. And then where the purple hits, that's where we actually paint. We paint with layer. Because you can kind of see the purple in the recesses. We use that a little bit like the shadow that blends into the light, and then just go from there. And we went up from a really dark gray all the way up to 2 stages. It's dark gray, rust gray, which is like a mid blue gray, and then we did brigade gray from the new Fanatic line, which is an off-white, like very close to white, off-white. And we just go from there. And that's pretty much the TLDR. And you can kind of use it universally. I've done this approach on many units, not just Night Haunt. I can actually reach over and grab some stuff and show you guys. For those who are new to the channel, welcome in. If you're new to the streams, you know, welcome in again. Hit these roses with a little bit more fluorescent red. Touch them up a little bit. But this is an approach I've done sort of universally. It's a fun way to quickly paint things. Yeah, we got the orcs. This was mostly done with airbrush. Started with the orange to yellow, and then we just top downed it with a black, and then we went over that with layer paints to try to create just a nicely underlit orc so that I could put them on a base that's kind of bright orange. Make them look like it's glowing from below. Who else do I got? I mean, everyone else is kind of more basic. Oh, Abaddon. Yeah. With this method, I actually have huge concepts built into my brain for what we're going to do for the Emperor's Children when they drop. But I am out here looking for donos. I'm begging. Games Workshop is crushing my bank account. Thankfully, I'm in saving mode at this point, so I should be able to save up until Emperor's Children drop, which will be nice. But we have plans. We have plans with underlighting. We have so many plans. All right, so we got the red roses. Metal. We need metals. We need a couple different metal types. But yeah, we've got some fun ideas up ahead. Because Emperor's Children, we're going to go glam rock on them. I have the idea for their armor. Their armor is going to be fluorescent pink to fluorescent purple. And then we're going to do the black. Wherever the pink is, it's going to be black bordered. Wherever the purple is, it's going to be gold bordered because that was the old school Emperor's Children color scheme. From there, we're going to make it so that their heads, I'm going all female glam rock. Like all their heads are going to be female heads. I'm actually going to paint them so that it looks like neon magenta is coming out of the collar and that it's like underlighting their head. Should be really fun. We need broadsword silver. We need... There's a gold that I have floating around somewhere that I really want. It's Aztec gold. It's really good for what we're about to do. And I kind of need to make sure I can find it. Because Aztec gold is actually really nice. Question is, where did I put them all? Like, I actually need to remove a lot of the stuff from this top part. Okay, hoplite gold. That's not a bad one, but I think Aztec would be better. I gotta clear a lot of the stuff off of this little paint cart that I have here. There's a whole section that I have up top that has components that I don't need. Like, honestly, the more I look at them, I'm just like, eh. Ooh, enchanted steel, actually. Yeah, just bright colors. I think it'd be cool, man. Like, I love going to bronze. Ooh, bronze. Maybe we'll get some bronze on here. I love going to tournaments and, like, having everyone at the tournament either be unpainted, which... I'm noticing that's more and more of a thing right now. A lot of people are changing their armies for 10th. Is that goblin gold? No, golden armor. Where the hell did I put Aztec gold? Aztec gold is great because it's slightly greenish gold. Hoplite, it has to be over here. Come on. Orc. Okay, what is happening? Yeah. This is sand golem. Ghoul green. No, yeah. Dude, I think it'd be great. Like I said, like I go to tournaments now and everyone's unpainted, which makes me sad, but you know, people are shifting their lists to the 10th edition, so people are giving them a lot of leeway for the 10 points. There's new people getting into the game, so they're trying to be as inclusive as possible for these upcoming tournaments that I've been going to. They'll usually say in the rules, hey, no matter what, you get the 10 points for your paint job, regardless of what you did. And I get that. I do. But then the few people who are painted are like, oh, these are the most militarily accurate paint schemes. Everything is super dark and meant to, you know, oh, is this it? No. It's Gilly Do. Charming Tortures. Everything's meant to, you know, elicit the feeling of, like, true military interaction and all this. And it's like, all right, cool. Here's my extremely bright Omega tier shiny. I might grab this hoplite. Where? This is gonna bother me, man. I absolutely loved Aztec gold, and now I can't find it. I need to spend a day reorganizing my paint rack. Because it could be anywhere at this point. They have different color caps. So you'd expect to be like, oh, let me just check here. Nope. I feel like I just went entirely through all my speed paints and didn't find it. And I know I have it because I barely used it until the end of some of the stuff I was working on. Hell yeah. It's kind of the goal. If I'm going to lose, I'm going to look good losing. Go with Enchanted Silver here. Although I'm working on it. I'm trying to break the old mindset. We were talking earlier. I'm still stuck in the old mindset for 40k, where your goal is to table your opponent by turn 2. That doesn't work anymore. That's gone. Throw that out the window. Now you actually have to build a list that works for the missions, and you need to be able to achieve goals and keep the score either close or blow out your opponent. And that's it. That's all you can do. And I like it. I'm actually okay with that. I just have to start doing it. Like I've watched some Vanguard Tactics games. I've been watching games because I'm trying to get myself mentally to a position where when it's my turn, I'm okay not popping out. I feel like the first tournament I went to, one of the key things I kept doing was I would look at what my opponent was doing and I would try to position in a way where first turn I'd be able to like jump out from behind a building and then just open fire and assume that that was like enough, right? But it's not. Like 2 knights weren't able to take out a rhino. That's insane. Dude, Neon Punk. That's where we're going. Grimdark Neon Punk. Make sure there's no chains on the ground. Some of these guys have chains on the ground. I mean, I know I can do like the darker tones. I know I can go more earthy. I know I can make stuff like that. We have a couple guys we've worked on. I think my crew are pretty good at looking very kind of earthy, very basic tones. She doesn't need any silver. She's gonna be gold on her stuff. But yeah, we got to work on it. I 100% want to be able to go to a tournament and not bring my team down. We took 5th place. I was 3rd worst this time around instead of 1st or 2nd worst. So slight improvement, but I'd really prefer that even if I am at the bottom of the player pool in terms of like quality of player, that my score is so insanely close to the people ahead of me that it's almost like, who cares? But we gotta work on it. We gotta work on breaking the old mindset. That's like step 1. And over the next couple weeks, I'm hoping I can do that. Because then if another team tournament comes up and they call me out, I want to be the guy that shows up and actually like holds up. I want to be the guy who makes our team like number 3, right? Just rank 3rd. One of the players on the team has a lot more tactical knowledge for 40k because he's been playing it more recently than I have. And it sounds like kind of in the next couple of weeks, I might try to get some sessions in. Like, he was genuinely like, yo, I'll call in sick. I'll call into my work sick, and I'll show up so we can figure stuff out, and I can get you kind of up to speed on things to look out for. Because now it's the whole team-based tournament thing. Probably the best element of it that people don't really talk about is the concept of raise all ships, right? You need a team. You need that team to be good. So whoever you're picking for your team kind of needs to be like knowledgeable and capable of putting up good scores. You know, this and that. So if it's just you at a store and then you've got like some new people who are getting good but are kind of a little behind, why not put in some effort, right? Why not get them out, teach them, show them the ropes, get them to understand things that would take them months to understand, but get them to do it much faster. That way you can hit a tournament and just be like, yo, we're all ready. We've got this. And it'll feel better. I keep forgetting to check the bases for chains. I got that one. That one doesn't have any. This one does, though. So it could be good. Figuring it out, going to a team tournament, kicking some ass. I think I have some more stuff down, though. Because I did, like I said, I spent a lot of time watching people play. I'm used to the idea now that, like, you don't have to go. My biggest angry moment, well, not like angry, but my biggest moment of just like, ah, man, that sucks, was being told, or rolling basically, to get first initiative for most of my games. I did not want to go first. I positioned perfectly to avoid getting attacked first. I assumed that that was going to be really good. It was going to lead to like some good stuff, and then I kept rolling for first initiative, and I did not want it. Because my opponent was doing the same thing. I mean, that's kind of what you do. You set up to try to always go second, because then if you fail the initiative and you do go second, you're not completely screwed, right? All right, let's get some bronze going. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, I don't have anything to shoot, and if I step out on these points, I'm dead with like 3 of my units next turn. Because I was playing Chaos Knights. You have to be very careful with Chaos Knights, or you're going to get screwed over. And now that I've looked into it, I'm kind of like, man, most of those plays I made, I could have just waited. Could have just positioned better. I could have used that activation to be like, all right, get on points. Let's see how you do. Because I sort of did that against the orcs that I went against. Now, granted, I'm actually kind of sure I won that game, but because my opponent didn't understand how to roll for Battle Shock, he kind of didn't do what he was supposed to do. Because by turn 4, I was like, man, you're rolling really well. And he was like, I know. And then I saw him roll a 3, and he was like, yep, Battle Shock succeeded. I was like, nope. We're going to talk about this. But then I didn't think enough to go like, oh, how many turns do you think you were Battle Shocked in? Because he was cleansing and capturing points. And I don't think he was actually able to cleanse and capture points at those times. Because he was Battle Shocked. It's just one of those things. I actually think I won that second game. And it was kind of fun, too. It was a good one. It was one of the good games. Where I was mulching. Everything was working the way I wanted it to work. It was great. We're going to get her some gold. But yeah, now I'm leaning a little more towards using the Tyrant and the Despoiler. We've got Etsy parts coming so that I can get the loadouts I want for the Despoiler, as well as all the extra missile hats I'll need for the dogs, since I'm kind of split right now between dogs and armigers for what I've purchased recently. And if you know, armigers don't come with missile hats. Armigers come with meltas, which are useful, absolutely. Watching games is pretty good. I watch War Games Live a lot. Whenever he's streaming, I'll even go back and watch like older games. But I do enjoy playing them in the right situation and the right system. I try to bring to the table like fun, right? Like I try to get bolsterous. I know I'm being a little bit quiet-ish here, but I try to get a little bolsterous when I'm playing. I try to like bring the mood up so that as I'm playing, it's just enjoyable. All right, so we did metals. I feel like there's still a couple details I need. There's like a belt here and a belt through that guy's mouth that we need to figure out. I think we'll use a cultist cloak, maybe? Cultist cloak is pretty good. Gravelord Grey, though, maybe. But like, yeah, pretty much any game I've played with the local group, they seem to enjoy playing against me. Even when I've crushed them, like I've crushed a few of them, which it's like, that probably gave me a little bit of like a bad notion of how to play the game, was because like they were kind of playing for fun and so was I, but the thing that I did kind of tabled them. Which, I guess made me assume that that was just an easy possibility going forward. And it is not. I think I have a good list, though, in mind. There's actually a chance that when these guys are done, we might work on my converted 1,000 Sun Sorcerer Lord. We've kind of had a 1,000 Sun Sorcerer Lord idea floating around in my head. And we got the stuff for it. The free mini, I think last month, was a Dark Angels Terminator. So now I have Terminator parts and a Dark Angels Terminator. I am pretty sure we're going to be able to make a interesting looking 1,000 Sun Sorcerer Lord. We already have an interesting looking 1,000 Sun Sorcerer Lord, but he's kind of basic. I don't know if you've ever seen the one that they show off on... It's the... Whenever you go to like a 1,000 Suns image on Games Workshop or in the Codex, they show you this one Sorcerer Lord that looks really cool. And I was trying to figure out where he came from, because he's not common. Like, people don't just have that as a model. And I was like, what the hell is this? And then I realized from looking at it that it was a standard 1,000 Suns, or a standard Terminator Sorcerer Lord, but with a 1,000 Suns Terminator like conversion on it from the bits that you get extra. And it just works. It looks really good. All right. I think we're just about done with these, which is really cool. What time is it? Oh, perfect. Perfect. I'll be able to get some pictures, post them up online. Oh, I'm feeling good. Let me get the brush. I think we're gonna go blue on the base. I think we're gonna do fluorescent blue as like a pigment, which I'm gonna want to get rid of these guys. I don't want the pigment to get on Balrog or any of his allies. These guys actually look really cool. Their bases look very earthy, but then they themselves are pretty bright. And I like that little dichotomy. But with these guys, I think we're just gonna keep going bright, right? Like I want it to be a little bit like a horror show of just oddity. All right, we gotta be careful with this. This powder goes everywhere, man. I hate it. Oh my god. Oh, it looks so good too. Let me throw this cap away. At least this stuff survived the trek. The first time I ordered mica powder, I opened the bag that they came in and it was just filled with blended mica powder. Because I guess at some point in the delivery, someone just like smashed the box. All right. So you get a little powder. A little bit of that powder, that good stuff. Kicking up. Like you could see it powdering off of it. Kicking up so much excess BS. I love that I'm like barely touching the inside of this to like peel some of it off, and there's just so much on the brush when I do it. It's like a little tap, a little bit, boom. Frickin' pixie dust amounts. Final stage. As I always say, finish up by applying a black border to the base. We choose black because I am not a heathen. Oh, actually, before we do the black, we need 2 colors to hit quickly. If I can find them real quick, come on. There we go. No. It's just a quantity. You gotta know what quantity you wanna put on, and you just gotta be careful when you're using it because it's powder. And it'll go freaking everywhere. Like, that stuff just wants to go everywhere. So you need to be very careful kind of how you handle it, how you control it. Don't move it around a lot when you're trying to apply it. You just put it on a brush and then you put it on a surface. And it kind of like, it looks weird at first, but then I always notice that the pigment, once you put it down, it sort of like relocates itself, and then you kind of varnish over top of it. And then you're done. Which is really good. It just doesn't require a lot. You get stuff together and then it's over. I think the key thing is kind of trying to get it to go to the varnish stage. And then always, I usually try to wipe up the surface when I'm done, because there's little hits of the pigment all over the surface when you're finished. There's that. I'm realizing I forgot to paint the gold on his candle. And then just a drop of chartreuse. We're gonna go chartreuse for it. Yeah, mica powders are easy. There's like standard pigments you can purchase through Vallejo, which is what we used on Mologs, which is why it looks a little bit more earthy. I keep wanting like more bright things. I mean, you've seen what we've been doing. So like, yeah, I want brighter stuff than what is considered normal. And you can't, for some reason, you don't get pigment powder that is bright. Neon pigment powder only comes from mica powder. It seems like you can't really just get standard miniature pigments that are neon. The thing is, I've seen people with neon pigment bases. I've actually seen some really cool use of it. There was a guy in one of the War Games Live streams that I watched. He was playing World Eaters, and his World Eaters were pretty, like, on-brand, normal World Eaters colors. Like, you would see them and you wouldn't think, like, oh yeah, no. He's trying something crazy. Nah, it was World Eaters colors. It was exactly what you would expect from a World Eaters army. But, all of his bases, I feel like he did a thing at the end where he glued the units down to the bases and then took like a puffball of neon purple and neon magenta and hit it from like 2 angles. So you had these like really standardized earthy looking models that like nothing about them seemed off. Nothing about them seemed like he wasn't trying to go for some level of realism. And then just the bases were just so vibrant and good looking. And that kind of dichotomy of character to base was just, it was beautiful, man. The guy had an amazing looking World Eaters army because of that. He did some great work. The black border is really making it all come together. It's so weird mechanically, like visually, when you're painting a model and you're putting all this effort in and it feels good, but it doesn't like feel complete. And then you border the base with whatever color you're going for. And just doing that just makes it go like, oh yeah. Here was your goal. This was what you were aiming for the whole time. You just had to get this final thing on. Like signing a portrait or something. It's weird. That final perfect step. Oh, that looks so good. Like, we put blue down, we could pick another mica powder and hit like a little bit with another mica powder, but I think I'm okay with just blue. Sometimes you just want to do like a reinforcing color in powder. And since we did the base as turquoise, I figured blue would be good in that same spectrum. Could go a different route though. I could have gone like red or something. Alright, so next week we can either continue trying to get through all of the Mirrored City Underworlds teams, which would probably be useful, or we try to convert this Thousand Sun Terminator Lord. which I'll probably want to record. It really does. Painting the rims, it almost feels better than painting the entire rest of the model. It's like the universe telling you you did a good job. Like, yeah, man, you're done. You can rest now. The work is complete. And So Flat Black, what we're using right now, is officially my favorite paint to color rims with. It dries so matte. It's so good. There's like not an ounce of gloss in it. It smooths out, it feels like, as well. Like by the time it's done, it almost smooths to a single, almost candy shell layer. Oh. I'm happy I started using this line. I was always thinking of picking some So Flat paints up, but you always have that moment where you're like, all right, I already have a ton of this color. Yeah, but the color you have doesn't go on anywhere near as smooth as what this one will. Grab my black light here in a second so we can show you guys how it be. Boom. All right. Blacklight time. Oh, did I put it over here? I thought I left it over there. There it is. We're gonna have to tinker with this. Let me turn servo back on for zoom and focus. Click her. I'm gonna need to turn the lights off. You really can't see it with the lights on. Black light, baby. I think the powders are actually a little reactive. That's cool. grab one of those. There we are. Glowy weapon. And the classic. The candle. Focus. There you go. Hell yeah. All right. So, yeah, like I said, next week, Monday, hopefully we figure out. We'll choose. I think we might stick with Underworlds, because if I got 2 more teams I need to put together and paint, well, I got 2 teams I need to put together, 2 teams I need to paint on top of those other 2 teams that I just put together, to try to round out all the Underworlds options I have, because I kind of want to get that together before too many games, so I can bring like a bunch of stuff and be like, hey, what do you want to play? And just chill and see if other people want to get in on it. I'm going to pull out my my photography box, and we're going to get some actual decent footage and whatnot of both my Molog's mob and this guy, this squad here. Because Molog's mob is also blacklight reactive. All the mushrooms and everything that he has. But I want to get some good photos and video of it. We'll be posting those up on the Discord. Don't forget we have that. But yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Hopefully we'll be back Monday. I'll let you guys know the closer we get. Oh, next week, man. Just another week of work. Another week of painting. I gotta get this video done. I gotta get this video done. I'm actually a little annoyed. We'll try some stuff. Till next time, guys. Later.